Hello everyone, we're finally here, a fucking good lawyer game. I'm so sorry, I still haven't recovered fully from um mostly not Dual Destinies. Dual Destinies was what was the other one? See, my brain doesn't even want to remember the name. Like, here's where we are. Everything after like Apollo Justice is just terrible, and here I am, doing this to myself, except the Great Ace Attorney is actually good. Everybody has told me speak. So we're here. Going to experience the peak. I have absolutely no knowledge about this game, I'm gonna be honest. Well, no knowledge. I know it's in ancient Japan. Ancient for my standards, anyway. And I know we go to England at some point, which is gonna be disgusting. Nobody liked that. Nobody wants to go to England. And also there's Sherlock Holmes, but he's not Sherlock Holmes, his name is Sherlock Holmes. And that's about what I know. That's about what I know about this game. But it is peak, according to everyone who has ever talked to me about this game. Ergo, I said that we were gonna get to it. We're getting to it now.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
That's French. I don't trust like that. Also, weren't this... No, it wasn't the Swiss. Who was it that... the Dutch. Weren't the Dutch the first ones to, like, make contact with Japan when they started opening the entire La border thing? Which was only a little port, like, down south. Like, I remember reading about that at some point in my life. And also watching that video on the history of Japan. You know, the one, it was a meme, like, how many years ago? And then the history of the world one by the same guy. The sun is a deadly laser. We've all seen the video. It's been seen by the people. It was a meme. Anyway, I just want to mention, it looks like he's better. Like, that animation there, that little bit of animation, it looked better than the stuff from the last two games. I am so sorry, but it does. I don't know why. I think they put more production money. Oh well, it'd be like that. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Ante-Chamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. Oh, honey, worse is probably gonna happen. You're in an Ace Attorney game. Can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Okay, I don't know much about the Japanese jurisdiction. I don't know how it works, but by that point in time, didn't they have lower courts? Wouldn't a murder just go to the lower court? Unless it's like some kind of international, like, issue, like, it's an incident. Like, wouldn't you have like a lower end court just deal with you in that situation? Like, you committed a murder, it's not Like, it's not good, but it's also not like... You don't need to see the grand jury for that shit. You don't need to go to the last instance. Usually it's like instances, like you go through like the lower level courts and then eventually you get to the Supreme Court. So like if you keep appealing to like to your sentence, it feels like we're moving a little too fast, but this is Ace Attorney. It does happen like that in Ace Attorney. What? Oh, no! Nothing. Baby Leclerc's murder. Sorry. My name is Yonosuke Naruhodo, not to be confused with the other Naruhodo, which is, you know, Phoenix, if they actually had kept the original Ace Attorney series, in Japan. I guess this implies that Phoenix's family is like descendant from Japanese, technically. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. For a moment, I thought my eyes read Academy. I think I'm going blind. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. For murder. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer! Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Or what? Are you gonna cut it? Are you gonna cut his tongue with the sword? Just technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Yonosuke? Oh! Yes, of course! Sorry. This poor boy, he's dying. Yeah? Okay, dude, I need to ask, how is your bandana flowing in the wind inside closed doors? Do you have someone fanning you all the time so that, you know, works? Have you invented a mini fan a little too early in the history of humanity? Is there just like a really strong breeze coming in from the windows? Inquiring minds wish to know. Mostly because I would like to do that in real life myself. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdering cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Man who has never played an Ace Attorney game ever. My client totally didn't do it, right? Gets to, Justice for All. At the end of Justice for All, and it's like, oh god, my client actually did it. What the fuck? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Unless... Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Yonosuke. Kazuma Sugi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. Just look at how his bandana flows inside closed doors. Only a very clever person could manage that. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. Also, did I say that out loud? Yes, you did. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. Oh no, we're going to England, right? I did mention that's one of the things that I know happen in this game. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. The British! That sounds fake. I know it's a video game, so obviously it's fake, but it feels fake in real life. Which I think it is. It might be. I would need to check. I'm not a lawyer. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not so in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple, which causes his bandana to move all the time. Okay, so it's ghosts. It's ghosts, or you're aura farming, one or the two, but aura farming wasn't a concept when this game came out, so I have to assume ghosts. Aura farming definitely wasn't a concept when this game came out, right? It wasn't. Like, that's like, what? 2 or 3 years old? This is older. I want to bring about change in our legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. No, you do not! You do not want to go to England. It's cold. There's fog. There's serial killers. They're very famous about one of them. And Ryunosuke, I need to tell you something. I need to tell you something very important. England, Ryunosuke, it's full of English people. It's full of the English. And you do not have to trust them. You must never trust them, actually. Never trust the English. They know what they've done. Well, they know what they've done and they don't care about what they've done, which is worse. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Honestly, that's a fun mental image. They just go around kicking the shit out of English people. If only it were that simple. If only you could walk to England and kick the shit out of the Parliament. Walk into the House of Lords and just chuck them all out of windows. I'm quite sure that a lot of the English population would actually agree with that action. Like, they would be cheering. Or, you know, the members of the House of Lords just being chucked out of windows. 4th floor windows, preferably. 5th, maybe 6th, depends. A couple stories. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Gay! If a man calls you partner, that's inherently just kinda gay. A little bit. Maybe a lot, depends on the person. But there's a baseline of gay that it covers. It was straight after that, clearly because he left. we lost like 50% of the gay in the room. That's when it happened. Sogi, may I have a word? Is that guy? Is that guy that people, that men have explored his body? I also heard about that. I heard about the guy whose body has been explored by men. I know about that too. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Sogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. So, to His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? Oh, Renosuke, I don't know if you need to know. Don't worry about him. I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Renosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kasuma. But leave me alone! I'm scared! This is awkward. Okay, yeah, I think this game had better production values than, well, more production values than Dual Destiny, but definitely more production values than the one after Dual Destinies, and my mind continues to not let me remember the name of, because I guess it was so bad that my mind is just like, no, we must not remember the game, that must not be mentioned. God, what was it called? The last mainline Ace Attorney game. You know the one that I complained the entire time while playing. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Renosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. They had forensic medicine at that point? Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kasuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kasuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Are you reading too much into the words best friends? Because if you are, you're correct. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Never granted again. Okay, why? No, really, why? Like, what's the excuse? What? As I suspect, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Well, goddamn! He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? Gay. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? I mean, besides the fact that the government is the government and sucks ass, the administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for our overseas study. Very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? Also, can I say that I really like the soundtrack up until this point? Great use of strings. You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Besides twirling my fingers like an idiot? Well, Naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so, advice? As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? Are we getting married? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Goddamn bailiff. Interrupted me! Ah, it would seem more surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazumasugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Dude! I'm a human being! This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder! Oh well. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embark on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. Okay. 22nd of November, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature. Judicature or Judicature? I guess Qatar. Quorum number 2. So this is a quorum. Honey, calm your fucking eyes. No, really, this clearly had more production values. Like, it's kind of killing me how much more clear production value this looks like it has in comparison to the last 2 games in the mainline series. I don't know what that says about... Well, it says a lot of things about Capcom, I think. Fancy. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of these people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Well, they're not gonna let in normal people. What do you want? The peanut gallery? The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. Okay, who the fuck did we not kill? We're in the highest court of the country. It's considered secret. Only military and government officials. Who the fuck did we not kill? Because clearly we didn't kill them. But like, who is that important? Like, this is in fact an international, like, incident at this point, I fear. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryonosuke. It's about to begin. Oh no, it's a pain. Ancient Judge! Oh boy. Why does he look so much more serious than the actual judge? I'm scared. I don't trust judges that don't look chill. His beard is not soft enough. He's not balding. It worries me. I'm not even... I honestly, it's been so long I don't even remember what voice I used to make for the judge. This is embarrassing. The court will now hear the trial of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Okay, it's a pain. It's time for me to destroy my voice for a couple of minutes. I apologize, but mostly I apologize to me because I'm gonna feel it tomorrow.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, you're defending yourself, which, famously someone once said that those who defend themselves are idiots. Need to answer quickly. What should I do? Well, we got told. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate.
Yes!
Let me finish reading the line. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryonosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryonosuke? Professor Mikotoga told me everything just now before the trial. Really shitty of you not telling me, by the way. Arner. Rude ass. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad will be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. You probably get me off all the time. I'm sorry. That's what she said. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you know, lost your chance to go to the worst place ever. You're going to... I wish I could put my hand on his little shoulder and be like, Kazuma, sweetie, honey, darling. You're going to England. You're going to London. That's not good. You don't wanna be around the bush. Mom. Anything that is in England is fine. The Welsh, super cool. The Scottish, absolutely great. I know a couple of Scottish people. Delightful. The Irish. Ooh, don't we all love the Irish? I know I do. England though, fuck that shit. Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly what I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoga shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. Court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial, like an idiot.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh! Yes, exactly! He's worse than Phoenix in his first trial. Poor boy, he's so fucking dead. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. Ah, he's just like his late descendant. Poor boy. Well, I guess that would mean that Phoenix is like him, if anything. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
You're the prosecutor and you don't fucking know which crime we committed? Are you stupid? He's stupid. Like, well, I know he's a pain, but he's stupid. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean? He's so stupid.
He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning more than I am.
Let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Oh, yes.
Please state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I heard his name more times than I care to remember. But wait.
I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again?
Inosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank.
You know me so well.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that.
Yeah, because it's not in the, like, you have history, and you have autoplay, and you have options. Like, you haven't given me the clicking place for the court record. It's simple, you can access the court record with a press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. Or I can just press a thing. This is the list of evidence we've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. Okay. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press C to go back. Okay. 23, so we're probably 23. He's an authority for in medicine. Taketsuchi Auchi. I get it. Ouchie. I get it. That's a good one. That's a good pun. That's a good pun name. The lead president, which our reformation has brought about. A traditionalist. I see how it is. And John H. Wilson. Dude, come on. The victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Probably a lot more important than it implies. Also, John H. Wilson. Yeah, I get it. It's Watson. It's Watson. I get it. He even looks like classical depictions of Watson as a character. I get it. I get it. Remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Right now.
Sure thing, sweetie.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. He was even a doctor also in... Look. It's... Yeah, we get it, game. We get it, we get it, game.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. Was there a point in history where, like, England and Japan were, like, super close? I'm not an expert on Japanese history, or British history for that matter. I know that when they first opened up, the first, like, contact they had with the Western world was the Dutch. primarily, but like I assume it's the British. What they do is go places and colonize, so they probably just like went to do business, as they usually do when they're not like they do two things: do business or colonize. So they had to go to one or the two, and then they stayed closed for a decently long time. Like it was just this one port that was open, if memory reminds me correctly. Like I don't know. I assume it had to happen at some point because it's England. But honestly, I'm gonna have to sit down and read about the history of like Japanese English relationships at some point, just for context. Probably gonna do that after I finish the stream. And as most of you will be aware, we just have signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Well, that's something that I can check then. Thank you, Kazuma. Because I never heard about it because I never studied that kind of history. I'm not European. Or Asian. What do you expect? And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. God therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. Are we gonna talk shit about the English later? Are we gonna talk shit about the English later? Please tell me we're gonna talk shit about the English later. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Gay. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this Professor of Medicine, Dr. H. Wilson, John H. Wilson, I don't know why I didn't read that, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryonosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Ooh, the postmortem report. Wait, but I'm trying to check, to actually check more of the postmortem report and it's not letting me. God damn it, because I have to present it. Dang it! It occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body, so the bullet's still inside of him. That might be an important detail. Oh, there it is. So I had to touch there. Different place that I touched. Male British, 19th of November. Single bullet fire at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. Why don't we have the bullet as a piece of evidence though? Shouldn't we have it? Or are we gonna get it later?
Yes!
Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right, the post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Okay, so they didn't take the bullet out of the body. Because they're not opening the cadaver. You know, to check. That's fair. But then how do you... Well, if it doesn't have an exit wound, you can assume that the bullet didn't come out. So... Also fair. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of these later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
Yay! Modernity!
So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Well, yeah. It's photos. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let's start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution here recalls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikutova? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asuge must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma, because I'm scared. Well, my first piece of advice is rein that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. I'll leave you reining that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Bitch.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course, my name is Satoru Osonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnaval. That's just French, honey. Well, I do know that the Japanese really like the French. That is a thing that I've been told. You're right. You seem to be coughing up some, blood. Do you have tuberculosis?
Don't clean that on that!
It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Honey, you're dying from tuberculosis. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
Understood. Kosanada-san, will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the Inspire lawyer boy, please.
Oh, Perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at the time of We have few diners at the time of day. The lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables occupied. That fits in with my memory a bit too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Bro is gonna die from such massive tuberculosis. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Narukoyo. Don't worry, Nasugi, you'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness and guess over a judgment.
Sucks. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we saw here in court today.
Yes, without question. Honey, do you want me to pay you a doctor? Like, someone sent this man to a doctor. Well, to be fair, I don't know if there was any cure for tuberculosis. Receiving tuberculosis. I have to assume. But then again, there's a lot of illnesses that cause bleeding through your mouth. Could be acid reflux.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Inosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite to him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed? I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Should I interject? I will get a chance to defend myself. Like, we haven't started the, like we still haven't opened the possibility of me doing, whatchamacallit. You know, the thing that you do in the Ace Attorney games. The main gameplay, if you will. God, my brain is not working today. It's like it decided, no, today you're gonna be sleepy and you're not gonna be able to think. Anyway, I'll wait and see for now. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Inosuke, your parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who will diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never had got into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Okay, so the game is being nice and holding my hand for now. I appreciate it. Thank you, game. It's a tutorial, so makes sense. But I appreciate it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure there was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Ozonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy? No. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it.
He's in cahoots!
And also dying. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment layout run by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Wait, I'm gonna... Oh, okay, it wasn't added to the core record. Still. Like, I want to point out, like... You know, if I could open it in the core record, I want to point out, like, it's only marked as an X. So, like, the only thing that I know is how the tables were positioned and where the victim was. I don't know how many people were, I don't know how many people were, sitting. Like, I don't know how many people were in the room. So, like... Come on, dude. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Yeah, one who's dying. Thank you, sir. The core will take this plan and add it to the core record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Add the plan to the core officer at once. Of course, here you are. That's a weird reaction. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now.
Well, honey, very obviously there's a problem.
Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waitress business car has been entered into the core record. Fun. Oh god, he's dying. He's dying.
So, the car has now had a process of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. You guys suck ass. You guys, like, suck ass. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment.
Okay, dude, here's the deal. Even if, I were to, you know, even if I were to admit to the crime, I fear that I still would get, like, at least a limb cut off. Like, I don't know if that's a common punishment, but I fear for my hands, if you know what I mean. I call this... Oh, goddammit, I thought it was him talking.
I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
Excuse me? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. And you're not helping. Can you stop the bandana thing? Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence and maybe visitation rights? From you? I guess those are not technically visitation rights, that's for... What do they call that in English? God damn it, my brain is not working today. Maybe it'll work better once I have my coffee, but I need like an hour. Like, we're still an hour away from me getting my coffee. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotova said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution, and it just feels like you guys are all trying to get me, you know, declared guilty. Not you personally, but like in general. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. That's what she said. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. Yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? Why are you making it all about yourself? I'm scared for my life, asshole! If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Renosuke. Bro! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. And we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. My man. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with proceedings. It kinda... I have to take a moment when I see Ouchi, because it's like, I say the word and it's like... It's ouchy because it hurts. It's funny.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
I can be your angel or your devil.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
That's what she said? Question mark?
The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
Both of them at the same time?
That's a little intense.
Both of them at the same time. That's intense. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasanosa reparative for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Kiryokorekuta, at your service. An antique leader and a soldier. What an unusual pairing!
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of the day in question.
There must be diners at the table. There must be diners on the table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. I wonder, like... I'm trying to think. I wonder if in Japanese, because, you know, clearly this is translated, he just uses, like, extremely antiquated speech patterns. Or, like, wording. And that's why Ranosuke's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets the Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. And also, I assume because it's a Western restaurant, it's probably full of Westerners. And realistically, if you're gonna sell antiques from, excuse me the wording, but I think is fair to use in this situation, quote-unquote exotic origin, is exotic to the Westerners, not the people in Japan. Like, those people are likely to buy it. Please, I mean, there's gonna be people in Japan who's gonna want to buy antiques. People like antiques. But in this era, like, yeah, it's a business. Like, the English very famously love to do that kind of shit. Just, you know, going to a place, colonizing it, taking all of the fun little expensive objects, cutting the heads of Buddha statues. God, did they do a lot of that. Ugh. Like, I'm not even a Buddhist, but like, dude. How can you do that? Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Well, it wasn't only the English, to be fair. A lot of other European countries would do things like that, but like, you know, the British Empire. It was an empire for a reason. Now you would witness the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other, like in a different way. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is decisive evidence. This is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Hashtag me too, bro. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Standing by. That's a baby sound. Like that. Like that's the sound of. Like you're carrying a baby on your back, aren't you? Like that's the sound of a baby. You're carrying a baby on your back. If you're not carrying a baby on your back, I'm gonna like eat. I'm gonna eat my own hand. I'm gonna miss it, but I'm gonna eat my own hand. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Old man. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Again with the big... Dude!
Look, it's not like I mind that there's a baby in the court, but why do you bring the baby to the court? Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little whistle. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Dosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. So the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. I mean, that's the best time of day to assail an English gentleman. What are you gonna do it at night? Who are you, a serial killer? No, you do it in the day where everybody can see, so you can be like, get that, you freaking English. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Yonosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. Well, that's obvious because this asshole says that I shot him from the back, and he clearly has a wound, like a bullet wound, well, a bullet mark on the front of his clothes and his body because he was shot from the front. There is? Renosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty.
Me grabbing Payne and chucking him out of the window that is right behind him.
It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Everybody in this court is so fucking stupid. Although, to be fair, I'll give it to this game. It's less everybody in this court is stupid, which is the usual case in Ace Attorney. Well, in most Ace Attorneys, in many cases of Ace Attorney, if anything, and more. Clearly, there's something going on with the fact that an Englishman was killed, and they want to like just blame someone as fast as possible. So they're all going along with no wanting to investigate further. Like, it's less stupidity and more purposeful stupidity, which is not usually the case in Ace Attorney. Usually, people are just dumb. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki head van boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic!
Huh? How did he know? He's standing right in front of you, sweetie. He can't see you. Hell, he probably can't hear you. You don't have that much space between the two of you.
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, it's irrelevant.
help. This is so commanding.
Yeah, he's very handsome, I know. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Yonosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Does it look like I'm a lawyer?
I guess maybe. Maybe it looks like I'm a lawyer at this point. Isn't it obvious you have to expose the lies in the witness's statements and or get more information? It really depends on the witness. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. Sure. Do you think if I escape now, I can get to the port fast enough? No, you can't. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryonosuke. Don't let them beat you. Okay, that's so cute. Like, he did the slapping and it didn't like do any like high sound. You know when Phoenix does that and it's like really booming loud and it's like boom and it's like that thud that is like so iconic and it's just like a little slappy. Oh, that's so cute. And the fact that he looks at his hand when he does it, God, I wish I could replay like animations for this because I want to rewatch that. That's so cute. This game really had so much money put into it. They really had like a budget and shit. Thank the Lord. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Come on, honey. It's a tutorial case. It's gonna be easy. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna make it happen. I already kind of know where the issue is here because it's a tutorial case and it's easy. Should I press or should I just present the evidence? I feel like it makes no sense to press because the evidence is so, you know, direct. It's like... Oh, it even marks if you fail a little... Oh, that's interesting. That's pretty cool.
Yes!
Hun, you have to object. You have to do the objection. What's with that face? I don't like when that happens. It makes me feel like I chose the wrong thing. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting these water papers in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. God, that's... Sorry, every time that happens, I'm just gonna be like, ah, he's so cute. He's just like a tiny little baby. Slapping his little handsies on the little desk. Adorable. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense.
What can this document possibly tell us we don't already know?
Sorry, my throat is already suffering the pain curse. So it's gonna get worse. Well, obviously that I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. What?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense. But there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant, yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... As is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhaging from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. That's what the pectoral area is. He had big titties too. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh,
Baby! Oh, but I want to see the baby.
what? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. No, Natsuki, that was just a baby. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Oh, wait. Okay, sorry, I had to blow my nose. My nose was killing me. Also, hi, baby! Oh, look at that baby. Until the moment I had the firearm discharged, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival stick, sir.
What?
The last testimony in the courthouse has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yasanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor in this grand courtroom.
Yuck! Oh, the baby.
It has been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Title drop!
Aw, the baby. Look at that baby.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up from off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. You know, for a moment I wanted to say, didn't they check the fingerprints? But something tells me fingerprints weren't invented yet. Although, I believe the first use of fingerprints for crime investigation was in the 1880s? Early 1880s, if I'm not mistaken. And then it wasn't like a procedure for it wasn't invented until like the 1900s. Like properly for like police investigations and whatnot, which was invented in Argentina, for the record. I think it was the 1910s that happened. My memory is kind of fuzzy about it, but I know it was used before the 1900s. Just there wasn't a proper procedure to do it in investigations until the 1900s. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gun should interest me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, Yehoe era Koban, my prize coin. On each occasion when I visited that restaurant. It is my habit to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my Hote treasure. Believed that he would portray such a right fine. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The coven vanished. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case my habit had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the, No. Damn. I see. That lamentable day. The precious Hoy Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive solution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi?
Ouchie. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
And then a panther? What is this, the Divine Comedy?
Wait, no, it was a lion. It was a lion, a panther, and a wolf, I think.
You know, that we're following Dante at the beginning of the Divine Comedy, whatever.
My witness have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Renosuke Naruhara.
What? No, seriously, what? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear?
As clear as creek glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Baby!
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Aido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to a foreign nanny. Aido. Attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. What shall learn, my boy?
Aww, it's just a baby. He's so fat and round like a baby because it's a baby.
That's what babies are very good at, being, like, you know, chubby and round. Even if what I saw was in the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Are you sure though?
Yes!
Oh. I was waiting to read that! Motherfucker. These testimonies are certainly compelling. No, they're not. Come on. Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these arbusts already.
But there was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
I'm dying, Squad 2.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
This is a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Consul.
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Sorry, my throat. And any case that starts with a pain, well, it starts with pain, I suppose, for me. Ugh, this doesn't make any sense. The courtroom will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. They're all in cahoots? It will seem that we will be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
But Empire sucked ass. And also you suck ass. Inosuke, it's not time for you to do that pose. We have time. It's a tutorial case, Connie. Calm down. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Inosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. God damn it, I hate my mic, I'm so sorry. I hope that... God damn it, I did it again! Okay. That should be it. I'm so sorry. Oh, I hope it didn't sound too bad, but it happened, so... I'm not gonna not acknowledge it. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
I'm gonna unbend your entire ass. Wait, what? Uh-huh. We shall search over the premises at the time. Confirm that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
Okay. Like, this seems suspicious. You must have noticed you must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
As you have seen, you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If only there had been more people dining at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. You know, of course the place was almost empty. Is what you expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. Me who has lunch when I finish the stream, which is 2:30. Oopsie. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
What the clinic? Oh god, those guys again. Yes, there would be indeed. There would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Yonosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can't request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Did I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Bro, it's your first case, of course you asked for it to be submitted.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that I can do it?
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurants are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore our possible avenues.
I beg your pardon.
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their right. It's a most disturbing trend.
I'm gonna grab him, and I'm gonna chuck him out of the window, and then, because he dies, I'm gonna make sure that no one in his bloodline is ever born again, so I don't have to deal with any pains in the future. Also, I'd like to point out, those glasses look really modern, all things considered. And I assume it's on purpose to make sure that it's obvious that he's Pain, but like... I don't know, they look a little too modern. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Kindly. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuta-san.
Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself. Oh? Oh, I can't open the core record. Like, in this situation I would be looking at the thing, but, well, I guess I'll press anything then.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
I did.
God damn it. That I shouldn't have done that. That was a pain voice. I'm gonna feel that even more tomorrow.
I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
Okay, now I can open it. Oh really? I can't look at it for details. Oh man. Sucks. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no fucking idea, bro.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhiro, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? Waiter, his testimony of the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof.
His honest reaction to that.
And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent one, Renosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps you should examine it in a little more detail.
How exactly?
You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. There are others, these are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the arrows. Rotate evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Nice. And WASD. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. I miss having domino. If the crosshair starts to pulsate, that's what she said. There's space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there is something here to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. It's not like I'm gonna regret it. Need to use... yeah. Ryonosuke, yeah, we know. Let's see. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. And they all the same. When I was 5, I got caught. I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this clinic is... this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Uh-huh. Oh, hey. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Oh, Ryonosuke, there's so many things that can actually stop you from feeling pain. You'll be surprised in a couple of decades. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? That's like information worth bearing in mind. That completely changes the situation because that means that that table was not, well, that food on the table wasn't his. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! I think it was... Yes! When are you gonna get your objections, honey? Like, you need to do your objection. I want your objection energy. Like, we need it. We need you to object. I'm the... About what are you withering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryonosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kasma. You're my only friend in this world. I could see quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Huh? Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the evidence. Archie, you're a piece of shit! That's what I would say. Kurakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see. And? I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. That's so cute. Ah, I'm never gonna get over that. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgotten my words as soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt car proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
I just objected. Shut the fuck up. But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
but that's remember, Yonosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise.
No, they have not.
The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated.
Oh, he finally did it. He did it. He did it with the thought. He did the thought. He did the thought. That's good. Good works, honey. You're growing up. You're having your character development. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could I possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic. Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours per procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Kurakuta-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthesia. Of the anesthetic, rather. Well, it's the same thing. Expertly done, partner. Gay.
Objection! What is this nonsense, you little upstart?
Did you just call me an upstart?
These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Oh, how the turntables even. Wouldn't you agree, Renosuke? Yes, most definitely. Having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the picture beefsteak? Court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. Pivotal, even. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it! So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Well, it's not the victim. It definitely wasn't me. It's not those two jokers. It's that woman that we keep talking about that nobody fucking knows about for some reason. Obviously, can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair trial relentlessly. Casper, calm down.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Yeah, fuck the government. Don't worry, Counsel, I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
It means that you're gonna die first, but it's gonna be impersonal. I have issues with them, those two witnesses in the stand.
What? What are you talking?
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder?
No! Well, are you gonna tell me that there was a woman now? Negative! There was no mention of this as the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. If you've seen the Nuremberg trials, which haven't happened yet but will happen, that's not an excuse, honey.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us.
You fucked up.
Oh.
What? What did you just say, Korokuta-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders?
No, hold on, lad. I was,
So you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection! What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Yeah, I would say that that's true. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
He's still trying though. He's doing his best. Then who's behind these? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Renosuke, judging from the way they're acting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. Just look at him, he looks like a disaster. He's usually more manipulative than, well, his descendants are gonna be more manipulative than this, so clearly he didn't do it this time. What are you saying? I'm saying that it's someone else, you idiot. I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. So, bastards, and bastards, it seems. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? We can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, and we can continue our pursuit. Actually, now that I think about it, can I check now this? Oh, I can. Because I mean, I wanted to check this. I wanted to check the car. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, will you look at fucking that? Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see what it says? Do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau? Inspector, what on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence, if they're wielding it somehow here. Well, thank God that I wanted to check it, because something was weird about the business card stuff. Primarily the fact that, like, a waiter at a restaurant would have a business card. That's the first thing that would confuse me. Unless they're an artist, but clearly that's not the case here. And then, is there anything else of interest around here? Entrance, kitchen... Well, technically the side, I guess, is all marked. The plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. There's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they're in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Yonosuke. I mean, to be fair, he has a point. If you're in a hurry, you wouldn't write it in a way that is complicated. You will write it in the easiest way possible. Or just mark what it is. So it's probably a premeditated, like, drawing that, like, it was made before to mark where the victim would be sitting down. Is my thought in this situation. Like, that's what seems the most reasonable, which is what I said before. I just wasn't expecting the guy behind this to be like a member of the police. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. I'm pretty sure that I already did my job, but thank you for telling me. I feel very proud of myself because I did it before you told me. There's no time to lose. There's no time to waste. Sorry, Superman 64. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I have no idea about any of these. I swear to everything to God. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this, Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shut out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... this bitch. It's such a shame. He's kind of handsome when he's not puking blood. Actually, maybe the puking of blood is like a little handsome.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Objection!
Poppycock! Don't say poppycock, it's weird.
What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? He truly were?
Come on, Renosuke. Time to hit this chord with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosanaga's son's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Waiter's business card.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the car. It's the back of the back of the car that's that's of interest. The back. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the car. That's where the telling detail is. He's so dumb. I love him. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketch of the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of the business card. Like, it's just... I love the dichotomy here of, like, Renosuke's just, like, having the Phoenix right moment. You know, he's sweating, suffering, having a bad time. And then Kasuma's just like, yeah, my bandana flows in the air. My floats like there's a gust of wind always hitting me. I'm aura farming. Excellent work, you two. I have a fear that he's gonna die. Like, I feel like this is gonna be a repeat of Mia, and he's just gonna die in, like, a case or two. I fear for his life. He's aura farming a little too hard, and I don't trust like that. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective. I haven't heard any mention of these before. Why haven't I heard any mention of these before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Oh, you're back. Hi. Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. It's funny that he didn't just say, well, maybe I'll just throw it in a normal papers just in case and nobody will notice because there's a chance that they will put it in the court. Like, come on, dude. That's so unprofessional of you. So I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made the sketch. It was an initially careless mistake.
So you mean to say you really are a detective?
Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary must be... I was working undercover. Undercover? Your salary must be terrible. Oh, that's funny. Yes, there have been a series of incidents in the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant. What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Me grabbing this man by the shoulders? You tuberculosis filled piece of shit! Clearly is related! Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. I have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. Yeah? Come on. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim Sam slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an English woman. Well, that makes it inherently questionable. So the truth comes out. Does Bruno Mars is gay? I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if the Englishwoman was the killer? Which is probably the case. I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil, to name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. All of you bastards are so lucky that we don't have, like, fingerprints right now, because otherwise you would be in so much shit. Also, if we had, like, ballistics. Like ballistic markings to check, because also we could, like, check the gun that we shot and, like, the bullet that can be extracted from the body, because it can't be the same fucking gun. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! I think we need to find this Englishwoman and cover her in tomatoes. And by cover her, I mean throw the tomatoes at her until she's covered in tomato paste. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumei University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. It's a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands the name that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Braid. Ah, she's a Jezebel. That's a good one. That's also a funny one. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yumei University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders for the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. I love when the judges are like good people, which is not very common in real life, but we love to see it in video games. This feels good to me.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of our rally in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceeding of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? We'll locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly, so it won't be a problem. Is your salary that bad that you cannot see a doctor for that tuberculosis? Nothing will get in my way. Clean your blood, please. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jezebel Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Yay! The court is adjourned.
Temporarily. Oh boy, this is gonna be like a long tutorial case. November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants Antechamber 5 is the fifth one. I'll get to you in a second. I need to go get myself some coffee. I need a warm drink to deal with my throat, and this is a good moment for me to get my warm drink to soothe my throat because I'm fucking dying. So I'll go do that, and then we'll continue, and hopefully we finish the first case in like a single stream because oh boy, I can't say that I was expecting the first case to be this long, being the tutorial case, but here we are. I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Time to see where this shit goes. Boy. Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb. I almost died. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying! If I get through this, I don't even want to see the inside of a courtroom again! I'd rather die! Please kill me first. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jessel Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the quorum, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Do you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just as I bent down and picked it up... I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. As thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. There you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikutova. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, do you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. Actually, now that I think about it, it's probably also Wilson, because if you've seen Dr. House, the famous TV show Dr. House, well, Dr. House is basically like a... like, it's not literally Sherlock Holmes, but like it's modeled after the Sherlock Holmes archetype. And oncologist Wilson, like Dr. Wilson, if I know, like, yeah, no, it's his last name is Wilson. Like, he is the Watson of the relationship, technically. He's not exactly like Sherlock Holmes, but clearly it was clearly an inspiration for it. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. So it's probably like a double reference in that respect. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, your government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. I hope I don't die. Now then, yeah. Need you to run an errand at the university at once. Something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhado! Core recess is over. Please make your way back inside the core room at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Okay. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hits them. Asuma? What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I already have been found guilty by now. God, the lack of trust in ourselves here. The self-confidence is on the floor for this poor boy. Also, Kazuma, I'm begging you, please stop doing the headband thing. Like, there's a limit to your aura farming, okay? You have to stop. You have to leave some aura for other people to farm. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. But this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I liked from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Oh man, I could go for some Japanese food. Even some sushi would, like, be really good right now. I haven't eaten rice in a long time, and I miss the flavor of rice. You ever been there, or like you haven't had rice for a while? I need some rice. I need some rice in my body. 22nd of November, 12:04 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Quorum number 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry?
Let the governors scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed.
Who fucking cares?
Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Founders wouldn't be flounders? Like, you know? Like, you don't have to do business with, like, the British. There's, like, all the other European countries to make, like, business with. The Dutch. Which is the one that I always remember. The French. What other, like, the Spaniards, the Portuguese? Like, you have empires too. Not all of them are as big, don't get me wrong. But, like, you have empires to do business with. It's not like... Like, you could do business with China if you wanted. I don't know what I'm not sure which dynasty is going on right now in China, but, like... I assume that if they're not in conflict, which is not that common for that era of Chinese history, I'm sure that if they're not in the middle of, like, warring against each other, it's probably gonna be fine. You can do business with them. At least with one of the dynasties. I'm not entirely sure at what time this game takes place. Again, I need to do research after this. Again? Terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't what the paper is written on. Why is Kazuma like the most base character in this fucking game? You really have nothing to worry about, Renosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is it what our nation's justice system is? Is it the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jump up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in.
What, are you gonna go in, like, to war with the English? Come on, dude.
It's the English.
They're not gonna do that. Well, they would, but I don't think they're gonna do it now.
By aligning ourselves with this great war power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical.
God. The fact that we're talking about, like is the British Empire, which I know the British Empire was a big deal at one point, and they're still famously exporters of neocolonialism. But it's funny to me because Britain is so decadent at this point in time. Like, the empires right now are so decadent. Not even in like the fun way, in the sad, oh boy, bitch, you live like that kind of way. Like, it just kind of gets me.
Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
Sweetie, don't worry about it. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oh my god, this game actually has like messages and shit. Well said, Renosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuit of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. A visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Got my throat. I'm gonna be feeling that tomorrow, and a week from now. What the fuck is up with that hat?
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working on the cover as the head waiter at Le Carnaval.
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? English is always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observations are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Renosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are solely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Awawa? Well, I guess it makes sense because we're all speaking Japanese and she's speaking English. I'll be honest though. That's a very interesting way of like presenting it, that it's just like it's kind of just cursive. Like very simple, like it doesn't look like it's saying anything per se, but like it's an interesting way of portraying it rather than just other ways that I've seen it done. Like this is actually a pretty fun way of doing this. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Jezebel Pratt. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMass University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
That's so funny considering I'm playing this in English.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
Okay, so I want to point something out, which I don't know if it's gonna come into play later, but I think it's kind of important to me personally. Ouchie not knowing English makes sense. The judge not knowing English makes sense. Yonosuke and Kazuma said while they were in the restaurant that they will see each other in English class. So they don't have to know very advanced English. It would make sense that they wouldn't, or at least, you know, they're not used to hearing it spoken. Depends on how they're teaching English. I wouldn't know. But, like, wouldn't they recognize the sounds? Wouldn't they recognize what she's saying? Like, at least partially, not completely, but, like, partially recognize what she's saying? Unless she's, like, I don't know, speaking Irish. But that makes no sense because she comes from London and she could be Irish or, like, Welsh or Scottish and be speaking a different, you know, a different language that is not English per se. But also the English were very well known for like trying to destroy the local languages. So that seems also unlikely. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Oh, okay, so you do recognize what she's saying. It's just the reader cannot. Even though we're in Yonosuke's point of view. Okay. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Yonosuke. Or thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called the Carnival, a grave murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape, I was just following special orders from the bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime. Could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
I don't trust this woman. God, I just need my coffee because my throat is it really is hurting. I haven't put a lot of effort in using it like this for a while, so I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna be feeling it later. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Ma'am, your dress sucks ass. Sorry, I don't like it. It's just kinda ugly. Order in court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Why are they defend like, I get it, she did it. But I have to wonder, like, first, why? And second, well, why she killed the doctor? But second, why would she need to go through all of these, you know, poppycock to, like, get away with it? I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Why are you so racist? Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying! And also kind of racist. Of course I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Her hat? She has her hat. That puffy things that she has on her back, like, it would be kind of dangerous, but did all guns have security measures? Probably not, but like, you could probably figure a way. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Agreed.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is mutt.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. That's what she said. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryonosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her. We will need to pull her testimony apart. She's smiling. I don't trust like that. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. How did you know
Yes!
that he couldn't eat? Like, did he tell you? He wasn't able to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotta Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak picture here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying event. Wait, hold on. They look like, maybe it's just me, but like, that glass looks empty. And this looks partially filled. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
You're gonna get laid one day and that's why you're gonna have children or like descendants, but also I wish you never reproduced. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Wait, just water? Yes, the professor wasn't able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryonosuke, about the witness's last statement? Well, we just see one single glass in each photo, so it's kind of meaningful, I would say. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. To tell us what is this profound bearing, huh?
Oh god, he's panicking. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well, sidestep, counsel.
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. She didn't say anything, though. She just smiled. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right? I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryonosuke. Don't look at me like that. Okay. I I guess this actually makes, like, this is a complete table, so this makes more sense, even though you can kind of see a little bit there.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this with this photographic print. Look at this photographic print, please. Look at this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Oh god, that's so cute. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
Ah.
You're right, Gonzo. There's only 1 glass picture here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Bitch, what the fuck? Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I've been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Sorry.
There, as I assured the car before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd!
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No, we put down to mischief? I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the car with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
I'm going to kill this man. I'm gonna chuck him out of the closest window. Let me just finish my coffee. Oh. And a little water for the way for the road. before we go back to the strain our throat. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's, well, the handbag. If she had a handbag to take the glass, she had a handbag to take the gun. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, to try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Yeah, and you know that a gun could be a small item. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner, gay. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
Can you stop calling me a blackguard? What is with you? You're such a piece of shit. It's really simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jessel's Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
Nah.
Order, order, order.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents of that at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
She definitely did the murder. Come on, guys. Brilliant work, partner. Gay. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Dude, go to the doctor, you're dying. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the belief. Well, obviously, all cops are bastards, bitch, and that includes inspectors. It double includes everyone, like, higher up in the force. All cops are bastards, all detectives are bastards, all inspectors are bastards, all chiefs of police are bastards. All bastards. All of you. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh, you piece of shit. The photographic print. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. Well, that sucks ass. Imagine if you had money, it would be obvious that you have it. Why would you do that? Horrible fashion choices. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, but there was no need to search this lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ugh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Pratt's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh, honey, don't die. It's too early for you to die. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Seemed you had long enough to examine the witness, counsel. Okay, let me go check something because I saw something that was... This thing. It's like a bull mark? I can't do anything with that. I thought that I would get dialogue or something. That's the only thing that calls my that like gets my attention. Like, does he have? There's no mention of anything like that on the autopsy report, and no pictures. Oh, honey, don't worry. It's fine, sweetie. We'll get it. Core has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the core record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ranosuke. Huh? Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat.
I'm going to throw him out of a window so fucking hard at some point. Thank God that you only appear in one trial.
You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice.
Castrate this man, please.
A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can't contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will not proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little... Hello, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Wait, Your Excellency! Ranosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. This is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print you submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant fraud, Clutchin. Look at this photographic print.
Look at this photograph. Every time I see it, it makes me laugh or cry. How did that sound good?
All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryonosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Oh god, sorry. It's the forcing of my throat. It's because I'm forcing it. At least it's not gonna happen again for a while, because we're not gonna have a pain-like character for a hot minute, I would hope. But certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of these rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied with your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted. You will identify it for the core, where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Well, I can't see anything else. So the only thing that I can think of is this thing.
Yes!
Look at this. Oh, god damn it, I hit my mic again. I'm sorry. I don't know how I always end up doing that. It's just like I move my arm ever so slightly and it's like boop. Maybe I need to move my mic somewhere else. I think that this is a lesson that we're learning today, which I will immediately forget for next stream. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was wondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist.
Yeah?
Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. Aha, and? It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't notice it. He didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered that burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Actually, wait, give me a second. I want to see something. This is a bull mark. Oh, I thought that I seen a bull mark somewhere. Yeah, it's the same one. So that means that his hand... That has to mean that his hand fell on the plate. Wait. Like, the plate is metal, probably, so it's hot. He burned his hand because his hand fell on the plate. So he had to have moved seats. Wait. Then why? I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryonosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise the studying door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. If we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really, I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Yeah, I have this.
Yes!
What's this, Console? Yet another print! No, it's the same from before. Like, you've seen it before. Yes, Your Excellency, I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. We all love to see them. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. Bitch. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluff, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak.
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate.
Your Excellency, you're right.
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah,
Ryonosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Oh, thank you. Sadly, Prosecutor Archie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. Or, you know, any reaction. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As a head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
So, he still worked as a waiter? There you have it, something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Auchi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
The question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Nonosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. God, that second of like dead air, like no music, nothing, and the close-up. I love when a video game clearly has a budget. I'm gonna keep harping on these, I feel, the entire time if it keeps being this good. Mostly because, boy, it felt like the other games didn't have budget. Or like, the last one felt like it had a budget, but it was used on things that I feel made the experience worse. But personal opinion there. It wasn't like, it didn't, like the writing was already terrible, and then it was less complimented by having a lot of things that were patently annoying gameplay wise. Yes, I mean that cutscene with like the fucking child doing the little sans thing every single time that we had to do a trial in Kurain. I wish you could have skipped that. Like, once is fine, but every single time. Sometimes multiple times per trial. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... well, he clearly should have noticed it. This is dumb. So yeah, he had to have been dead. No man could remain silent with his wrist while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already.
Dead. Knowing what we know now is the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness! Ah.
Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Okay, so I think what happened is that this guy was poisoned and then he was shot to make it look like it was, well, it was the shot that killed him. And that makes sense for 2 reasons. Why? One, she hit the glass, and it's possible that it wasn't, well, it's obvious that it wasn't her glass, it was the other guy's glass. And second, she's been here for a while. She knows that they don't do autopsies here, not in the traditional sense. They don't open the corpse. They don't check the organs. They just check the body without, doing any of the cutting and stitching. So it's a genius ploy. You know that they're not gonna check the body for poisons. You poison and then you shoot the guy to make it look like it was a gunshot that killed him.
This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon.
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yeah, I don't translate that. Yes, of course. I mean, I'd really like it to help. Especially if it helps the relationship between my country and yours.
Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese.
Well, of course I do. I'm staying in your country after all. Manipulative little bitch you are. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. I was aware that the game does go into the whole racism aspect of this interpolitical relationship. Like, You know, it's a British Empire. Everyone is an inferior if they're not white. That includes the Asians. That includes Japan. I knew that there was gonna be touching on this. I can't say I was expecting it on the first case. Now I remember why I hate the British. No way, I never forget why I hate the British. Well, the English. The rest of the UK is fine. It's the English who are the problem. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicate it with you all on your own level.
Oh, well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so gracefully afford us.
She called you vulgar and inferior, you idiot? I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words. Chivalrous, my flat ass. I mean, I don't generally trust the English, but I'm sure in her eyes, it's very chivalrous. About the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. No, things are getting racist. Because of this bitch. Unfortunately, I have no idea why the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report show no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. See, it's poison. She's such a little shit. But like, that's a very smart way of committing a crime. Like, if you know by law or like by custom, they're not gonna check the body in a certain way. If you know they're not gonna check if it was poisoned, you poison the beach and then make it look like it was something else. And you can have possible deniability. Like, that's actually a very smart way of doing things. Like, this is a very good first case. In general, like, it's very well constructed. The most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court. Will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Can you stop being racist for like 5 seconds? Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. You racist motherfucker.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
Yeah, it's like she had to make out with someone. She's so terrible. Like, it's fun. I like having a first culprit who's terrible, but like it's incredible how well this is just done and how immediately annoying she is. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice.
May that irritating little Polly of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Oh, thanks? Was that a prayer then? Oh, she's a Karen too. Well, she's English. Of course she's kind of like Karen-like. It's too early for them to have heard of the term Karen, but... Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. Also, I find that, like, this is the thing. After all of the suffering that I had with the last two Ace Attorney games, the mainline Ace Attorney games, this is so well written, and it makes sense because like the writer for the first 4 games, like from the first 2, Apollo Justice, is the one who's behind the writing here primarily. Like, I've heard people tell me that, you know, it's in the past, it has a lot of international, like, English-Japanese relationships, like, as part of, like, the background of the story. I was told, yeah, it gets kind of racist, like, on purpose to show, let's say, like, how things were. Like, it's part of the... It's part of the setting. Like, it's reality to a certain extent. That the English will be fucking racist. I heard people complain also, because it's like, well, why do you have to bring that up? But it's like, come on, dude. I don't know if I was expecting the religion aspect. Like, I don't know how much they're gonna touch on that, but like, there's also that. Like, that is... some element of the racism is also like, oh, you guys are like I guess would be Protestants by that point. You guys are not Protestants, ugh. Or Catholics, not even Catholics, it's just like, ugh, you're not Protestants, ugh. No Christians, ugh, disgusting. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. That line with that face. You're not helping, Kazuma. You're not helping, honey. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Consul, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on this case immediately. Is that clear? He's such a Filger. I love that he's such a Filger. Like... I feel like they combine the best elements of early Phoenix with Apollo. Like, he's not as sarcastic or anything like Apollo. He's not the same energy, and he's not the same energy as, like, younger Phoenix. But, like, it's like an in-between that works really well. And I appreciate the characterization up until this point. I don't know where it's going to go, but I do really enjoy how silly he is. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh boy, this bitch. Okay. Yeah. As far as I've had the post-mortem report show, no other possible causes for the gunshot. Or maybe? Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question.
She called you vulgar and inferior. Like, I know you're horny and desperate, but like, dude, have some self-respect.
On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Honey, it's an insult. In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. In this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just day after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vitally different evidence might be lost. But what? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? God, she's such a piece of shit!
A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing! His action admitted our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Auchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Yorinosuke? I think it's going terribly! No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean... have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Yorinosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. The person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Okay. Get pressed.
Yes!
Uh-huh. Yeah, she's gonna call us inferior.
Wait,
Oh, there. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as an interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Story? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it, Renosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Oh, I see. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, thank you, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. You can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective. Then pursue them in space and see what's on his mind. Here we go!
Wait.
Pressing D. Oh. Come on. Oh, well, I'll press down. I'll do it in the lower part. Looks like he's about to jump the man. He might. He might do it.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Ah, what's the meaning of this? Dude, you sure you don't want a doctor for that tuberculosis that is clearly killing you? Just saying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? Is the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment? If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not.
Hmm?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Every time he does that and it doesn't sound like... It's just like a little slap. Oh god, I love that. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? We have something to add, in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett. Come on, dude. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Dude, really, you need a doctor. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that? This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. Oh man, not fizzy water. It's ruined, but it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming and guaranteed. Nah, it's not gonna happen. All cops are bastards, honey. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. I mean, she's been averting her eyes the entire time, honey. What with the mask and everything. Very well. Constable, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Well... let me examine it first. I don't see anything. I guess the label. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Well, at least we know that he doesn't know French. Yeah, there's nothing visible in the bottle. Okay, that's fine. But hey, it could be poison anyway.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Poison. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison! On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Could it be that it was on purpose because they knew they wouldn't check the body for that? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? It's only one person who could possibly have done it. Jezebel Bread, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence.
He has done a couple of actual desk slams. It's funny that he started not being able to do it, and he did it a couple of times, and he failed again. Like, when he's nervous, he's not able to do the desk slam. It's just... Oh, I love the detail. It's so cute. Such a good boy.
You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
He's so squeezable. He's super squeezable. He's like a baby. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Yeah, like... What do you expect? If I may...
I will silence you forever for this because...
Oh. It is you who should be silent.
Of course. My dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I describe your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what do you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Okay, but like two things. One, she could have just put it in the glass and not the bottle. And two, you look for every poison available in the country. Yeah, in this yeah, that's the thing. That doesn't mean it's available in England and she's British. Yeah, it's imported poison, obviously. There's also the glass thing. She took the glass with her, so it's very possible that she just put it in the glass itself, rather than just in the drink itself. But still, the poison could be very well imported, and that's more than enough, really. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! Don't worry, honey, we can make it happen. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. You're still inferior, though. I feel like she would say that.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure! This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. This court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that he's caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? We're fucked, aren't we? We're mega fucked. I'm sorry, Renosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. You swan-dressed motherfucker. It's you! Please wait. Isn't that, What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, when nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Okay, but what's in the package? I think that's an important piece of information, Renosuke. Renosuke! Renosuke! Okay, well, we'll find out on the last part. We're probably gonna go over time, but might as well finish the first chapter. Like, finish the tutorial chapter. 22nd of November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 2. Sweetie, what do you have to tell me? Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Me grabbing Ouchie, throwing him out of the window again. Someone please allow me to throw him out of a window. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ah, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency!
I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something written in English? It's Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Ah, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was sitting under the professor, wasn't she? So, does his research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Unless it's curare.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
This man is the kind of person who would use the word femoid. I can see it in my eye mind. In my mind's eye. He would use femoid. I can see it. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Says report has been entered into the court record. He's definitely that sorry incel. It's a wonder that he had descendants. Goodbye then, and good luck. Well, excuse me, before we continue. You have had long enough, Consul. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Yes, we can, because I think she's guilty, but that's beside the point. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Ah, colonialism. It strikes again. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. I wouldn't use that as an anesthetic, but sure. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. You don't fucking say. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Inosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Breath? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. It has its, things. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Well, there's this poison thingy, you see.
Yes!
Miss Jessel Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University. Doing research? Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? Guild, you still words from other languages. Yeah, the English language is just, it's a mess, isn't it? A toxin known as curare, your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison in the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete another nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? He's posing like Mike's Edward. He really is. According to this report uttered by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to laser arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To laser arrows.
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. I love how he's like explaining this and Nosuke's just like checking the notes desperately. Poor guy is just trying to follow along. But yeah, no, he's doing all of the Miles Edward poses. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. Yeah, because he was paralyzed by the poison. You read the text. Honey, you read the text. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. Kazuma is the only one who reads. It sounds legit. It's like Edward. Edward is the only one who reads as well. And that's why he's so auraful. Yeah, he needs to leave a little bit of aura for everyone else, but like he really is aura farming like constantly, isn't he? But with the flowing bandana and everything. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there will be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Yeah, because it paralyzes your lungs, idiot! The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. It probably can cause, like, the muscles of, like, your heart to stop also, if it doesn't stop your goddamn lungs first. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Are you gonna admit that this is your fault, girlie? Like, are you gonna admit that you're guilty? World's most shitty death? I don't know if most, but it's up there. It's easy top 10. I would say that it's easy top 10, maybe top 5. I don't know if I would put it as shittier, but like the shittiest, but clearly high on the list. And you suggested that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught.
Girlie. It's you who must be thought.
Of course. Dear lady.
Do you have anything to say, woman? So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce their results as if you discover them. I'm appalled! What a loathsome act! Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
She's doing the woman are mad at math. I'm not even sure if it's that. It's like, I feel like she's doing the can a woman do anything move more than the women are mad at math move. Like, how dare you take on my research? It's like, how dare a woman investigate poisons? What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? You know that women are bad at mad me. Yeah, I know. It's just like, it feels more of like, can women do anything? God forbid a woman do anything like investigating deadly poisons. He's basically, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's true. That is true. I was mostly thinking about like the poison situation. It's like, how dare you? How dare you steal my research? God forbid a woman investigate deadly poisons. May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Let me guess, she's gonna prove that it's not the bottle. Like, it's not the liquid in the bottle. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Woman! Like, she's 2 steps away from saying a slur. At this point. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish court romantics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? Average British citizen when provoked. Yeah, pretty much. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Well, this is awkward. Goodness. Whatever is the matter, you all look quite stunned. Their honest reaction to that. So, no curare? The bottle was clean? Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Yeah, I know the wound should, the gunshot wound. Like the way that he's put into the body. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Oh, honey, don't worry about it. We'll solve it. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade. Will make for interesting conversation on the next party I attend in London. God, she's so racist. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water, it has poison. It has it. The culprit did put Kuraria poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. They should have made her say Oriental to say it more biblically accurate. I think if she had said Oriental, it would have been so bad. Like, honestly, yeah, it would have been more accurate if she was like... if she just called it Oriental. But I think Oriental, like... it would have been a little too much. I think that would have fallen too close to the truth. Language-wise, like, it would have been too much. Like, it does the same, but... yeah, no... I guess if they're gonna be racist, they can just go the entire full... they can go full speed, they can be full racist, because that's kind of the point, but... I feel like people would have... mostly I'm thinking about the censors. I feel like people revising the game before it comes out, it would have been like... guys, we can't say Oriental. We can't. Is anybody has... yeah, no, I know. Like, Oriental would be correct for this time period. That would have been something that they would say. But realistically, I feel like they would, like, the censors would be like, you can't use Oriental. I know it's biblically accurate, it's historically accurate, it's right, but you can't use it. It's too much. It's too much. You're serious.
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that butter could contain poison. I mean, we just saw.
Miss Bread drinking the water from it? That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense really intends to assert this claim, I must ask you to support this assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water on Skater? Yeah, the report, if you will.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? It was special characteristics, right? We've been hearing a lot about this Kuraria poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. No, it's the tooth! It's not even the wound. Like, it's the tooth. He had a surgery in his mouth. The poison could have just entered that way. She didn't even have to shoot him. Like, that's enough of a wound, even if he's had been taken care of. Like, he's still in post-operatory. Like, he's post-surgery. That's enough to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we're led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use those lace arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating the poison. Good gracious, Council! Now that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says, the poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you couldn't make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... rapscallion! Well, Renosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really? Me?
A lawyer?
Objection!
No, that sounds terrifying.
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
And you stop being racist for like 5 fucking seconds.
What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish?
Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So if this little poison is completely harmless or drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right.
Good gracious! That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Okay, but like again, he had his mouth open. Like, he had an operation in his mouth. Order. Order in court, order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this Curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
His fans objection! He's grown up so much! I don't think so, Miss Jessel Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wisdelano have been killed by the Curare? Well, again, I'm pretty sure it's just the medical report card. Like, it's open wounds, but an open wound can be anything, including, you know, if you had a tooth removed, even if they stitch you up, there's a chance that the poison will pass through the stitches. It is a wound. partially patched on, but like it has to heal by itself.
Take that!
As Miss Bretso really pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two dinners. A fatal difference. The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it, you used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence laying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! You piece of shit! That's a crime! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect us as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. Oh god, yeah, I should have done the Ojo-sama laugh for her. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right, and really, looking at this photograph is as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryonosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. And in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime! I had to do the Ojo-sama laugh at least once. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man! A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remain unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest, delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryonosuke Naruhodo.
Ugh. This is unbelievable! How can this happen? How can this be happening? We had her, but now is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene! Ryonosuke,
Yes?
we come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? But I'm head empty! You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Blood? Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything again, everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryonosuke? Come on then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Well, it's clearly the blood. Like, he's right there.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this! Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going to...
Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him, especially because there was no exit wound. Ah. Yes, for blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett? I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the car seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembers?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading me to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Pratt. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now.
Bring it back, bastard!
Inspector. The car wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Okay, bring me the plate. Sorry for the delay. It is what you order. Steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood in it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Well, this is a problem. No, no blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is what I always say. You can trust what the Japanese tell you. She's 2 seconds away from saying the other word to refer to Japanese people. The one that is 3 letters long. You know the one.
I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at quorum proceeding is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. I think she honestly, I don't think it's her stake at all. Like, I think she exchanged she exchanged the stakes or something. Like, it makes no sense.
Ah, the sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Let's check the steak. Like, I say it because he mentioned that he took 2 steaks. He took this woman's steak, and he took the other guy's steak, the Nasudai. So, let's see. There's no blood there, but I want to check the steak itself. Huh? It's that guy's steak because it has the coin. It's not her steak. What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what it is. I mean, what is it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary though. This means... Yeah, no, that means what she had to have exchanged them or something, because that's clearly that other guy's stake. This is it now. I've lost. Ryonosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Because I feel like dying. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. We just see, don't worry about it, honey. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That blood stain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yeah, there's another clue, very important. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Oh, the silly kind even. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? You see, it's around here in the steak, like you open the coin. Oh wait, I forgot, I have to present it. I was checking it and not presenting it, my mistake. The only thing that's shocking here is how much of a brown noser you are. I guess that's true. That is true. Although, I'm starting to wonder, like, what was this woman's reasoning to, like...
Got it!
Good gracious, that's...
A coven.
What on earth? A Hoy era one of that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant, a coin under the meat. That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoy coven just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoy coven just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my liar job right now.
Objection!
By all means, and let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what he's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the coven that was found underneath the beefsteak is you.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques leader and owner of Razukte, Kiryu Kurikuta-san. Yuri, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Coven coin when it happened. At exactly that moment, exactly the moment the gun was fired. A gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoikor Era Coven, my prize coin! This Hoikor Era Coven, do you mean to tell me?
Richard!
No. Please, why would Kuratuka-san's Coven be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurikuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Oh boy, these guys again. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Coven, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. You know, when I said we were gonna go over time, I wasn't expecting an hour. I wasn't expecting an hour over time. I was expecting like 30 minutes. But oh boy! Apparently introductory case has to be like really meaty in this one. What is this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable ducks forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a wordless withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasate shop's owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurituka-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasate memory serves, have you ever... Wow! That's it! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent and splendorous high treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! It can be! As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwich between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwich! Soaking! Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoi treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Their honest reaction to that. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy clients, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similar executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Coven incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seemed. I don't know about the master thief part, but The identity of the person who stole and hid Kurikuta-san's koban is all too clear.
What?
What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurituka-san's koban and hid it under the sink? Well, the person who was sitting beside him, they were right beside each other, obviously.
Take that!
Who else was it gonna be? Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant Yesanosa? What? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me, it was Aido! Aido is the mastermind behind all this. What? Yeah, my honest reaction to that with the rest of the team. You would push the blame for your crimes to your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Like, blaming the baby. What is wrong with you? Ah. Ah! Keep the club, keep the... Oh. I think his back is broken. Nippon Imperial Armen. Sergeant Yesanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. His mustache changed. Do any of you know? With extraordinarily low wages, the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the stake. I was halfway through the wiring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double! I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. With the steak? You thought you would be able to get the steak that you were eating back from the restaurant? I have to admit that's a funny one. Yeah, everyone's honest reaction to this. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd plotting on your own time? Well, Miss Brett?
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us! I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. Theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Putting a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. What can he say but oof? And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Okay, but like the point was that that was your stake, and now we have information that tells us that that is not your stake, which means that that's the wrong plate that we were given. Very well. Now that our questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Renosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words that got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said Jer would be. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Yes, you did. You can't think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Renosuke?
I reckon they're a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction.
I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it?
Well, obviously on the goddamn crime scene photo, because there's a knife and fork. Because she doesn't eat with her hands.
Take that!
Photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred.
What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table.
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Notice what exactly, Counsel?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten.
Very chomp chomp chomp. Very nom nom, if you will.
As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Oh.
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth mark in the steak at all.
Attention!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to...
I've had enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course. Dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers?
Clearly, the witness knows that what this means. she's realized the catastrophic implications that this teeth mark in the stake have for her. Konosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all come together. It's all coming together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seemed to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that the teeth mark in the steak are a little, unnatural. As you put it, Counsel? But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? It's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been? What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward. There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, so it will solve every single remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Well, the stupid fucking inspector who does a terrible job for the record. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it. Yes? You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? I mean, you're doing a face like you're withholding conclusive evidence. Like, yeah, actually. That's ridiculous. Stop dying for 2 seconds. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth mark. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Korekura-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You, watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer! Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. The British Empire is an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched to a steak server.
That's what I'm gonna suggest, yeah. Well, I'm not gonna suggest that he did it. I'm gonna assume that she did it.
You did switch the plates.
Oh my god, he did it? Well, after it happened, Oh god, he actually did it. He's so stupid. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. Then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. It was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor San.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did, that's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Ah,
That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. That plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not reeling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak bank promises to prove such a problem for you. No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Things he remembers. I'm quite sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will now show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. And please stop bleeding. Yes, sir! He's so happy about it too. Sorry for keeping you. And there's the blood. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it. Yeah, there it is. There's the blood. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
it can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Jessel Brett. It's you. Are you gonna do a breakdown? Are you gonna have your breakdown? Oh, she's finally having her breakdown. Congrats. Put down by a Japanese. Me by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no! Bitch, calm the fuck down. Aw, the little babies! I love them, they're so cute. Oh, there's a black one too! Oh, that's so cute. Did you die or something? Oh my god! Oh, that's it! Oh, thank you! It's so cute! It's so cute! I love them! Oh, that's adorable. Thank you for that, girlie. Please excuse my little racist outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. Do you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water? Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would be all over. I will place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt?
So I was right, there were two guns, and raising your dress would have showed one of them. I can't believe that's what she said. Thing from like 3 hours ago was important. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. Everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. This is the entirety of my misdemeanor. You killed a man. It's hardly a misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder... May I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. You can't just leave. You're guilty. You can't just leave. She can't just leave like that. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecutor is in agreement.
This can't be. Taketsuji Ouchi does not lose. Not the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Yeah, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Council. But you all have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. You never forget that. The power of Nippon Steel! A 1,000 millennia may pass and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Literally! Also, why are you defending my honor? I know you're like my boyfriend, but like you don't have to defend my honor. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern technology. He needs to aura farm. He aura farms a little too much. He needs to relax. He needs to take like a vacation of aura farming for like 2 seconds. And that includes defending his boyfriend. I guess that's fair, but still. Poor boy is gonna aura farm himself to death at this point. Like, he's too cool. At this point, I'm expecting him to die. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. This is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. I wouldn't call it illustrious. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget, fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What's with that expression? What was that about? Why do you look so brave all of a sudden? Yeah, agreed. What happened, boyfriend? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yes? What is it?
In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yay! Oh, and we have... Oh, sakura petals! Oh, that's so cute.
We don't get confetti, but we get flower petals. Excellent. We love to see it. His card is now adjourned. Oh boy, that was a long first case. I'm not gonna do this every time, but oh boy, that was a long first case. 22nd of November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber, number 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Renosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kasuma. You and your flowing bandana thing. No, it was a pleasure to watch you work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, I thought it was your dad, I'm sorry. I literally thought it was your dad, I'm sorry. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know? Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If you hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. I almost died. Your kind words really should be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. To Sato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. She's adorable. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Ah, there you are. Man who's been explored... who has explored the bodies of so many other men, apparently. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your effort exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Ugh, I hate that place. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together. I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. That's why the world went to shit in 100 years later. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, being racist, and of course in law, but especially in being racist. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? I'm pretty sure it's illegal to carry swords. Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Sinner and saint alike! Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Jessel Red, I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder. Hey, you need to stop aura farming or you're going to get arrested. I think he's gonna get killed. I don't think he's gonna get arrested at this point. It's like, so much aura farming is gonna get you killed. Ah, yes, sir. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. Or Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Jessel Red will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonoga? It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's it? What's this all about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. Oh my god, she has fucking diplomatic immunity. We're back to the fucking diplomatic immunity bullshit from Investigations 1. No, not the diplomatic immunity. It's my least favorite immunity. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can invoke a consular court just like that. Oh. Can they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Yeah, what are you not telling me, dude? So Miss Brett can be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Yeah, but why? It's all going to change from now on. You can't make it. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. It's a new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink! But Professor! You're right, there's no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Renosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. Am I the only one who's worried about this shit? In that case, may I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonoga-san, aren't you? Please don't die. Let's not worry about details for now. I feel like that's an important detail. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. That's super nice of you, actually. You could come eat with us, but okay, thanks. The Jason bread won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Unless it becomes an important case later on, when I know eventually we move to England, because eventually we go to England and meet Sherlock Holmes, who is Sherlock Holmes, but Sherlock Holmes. Kazuma? Yes, Renosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. Be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious! To help you today. It was only right that at the very start of the trial. We have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me, all that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryonosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law, evidence, your boyfriend being the prosecution? No. The ability to believe. Up to believe. To believe what? Aliens! I mean, a defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like, you believe in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. We have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. I'll pass that down to my children until, in the 2000s, my spiky-haired descendant causes a stir in the courtroom of Japanifornia. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stop believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryonosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious? What is? You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rich sauce for us. Let's go! Thank you. We'll be right there. Well, let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. Your first return to Great Britain, don't forget. Yes, that too. You sound less excited about it now that you had to deal with an actual British person. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Sato-san, who acted as my assistant for like 5 seconds, Inspector Hosonaga, I guess, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And that took us an hour. That's more than an hour over time. That was long. An hour and a half over time for the first trial of this game. Jesus Christ, it's gonna be a long one, isn't it? Like, I'm glad that I finished this one in a single run, but like, we'll pace the next ones better. But that's gonna be everything for today, because I have to get lunch at some point, and we did finish the entire case. So, thank you everybody for being here. I'm really excited. Like, my favorite first case in all of the series has always been the first one in Apollo Justice. I think that is by far the best starting case of any of the games. This is a really high contender. Like, really, really high contender with that one. Like, I don't know if you would replace it, but it's really high up there. We'll continue in this on Monday, of course. And we'll see where it goes from there. Tomorrow we're doing something else as usual. And really, that's about it. So again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. a good end to your weekend, a good start to your week, although the week starts tomorrow, obviously. And I'll see you tomorrow for something else, and on Monday for more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. In this case, Great Ace Attorney Adventures, because we're doing it in order. What else are we supposed to do? And remember, never trust the British. Well, that's not true. You can trust the British. You're not allowed to trust the English. Do not trust the English. They will betray you and probably poison you. Just don't trust them. The Welsh, the Scottish, the Irish, they're fine. There's nothing wrong with them. The English, on the other hand, never trust those bastards. Never give them your back. They will backstab you. Never trust them. Bye, everyone.